Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So today is possibly going to be a marathon stream. I don't think it's going to be as bad as usual, but let's get into it. So, for today, we're going to be working on Harpsy, which is known as Temp in the first game. The one thing that I have no idea what to do is what's going on underneath that jacket. The only idea I have is that they're shorts. The original outfit was more of a leotard under there, but this is what I have to work with. I was happy I could at least find something that gave a full body view, because otherwise I'm working off of this, which isn't much. So, without further ado, 32 times 8. She might need a little bit more. Let's go just for now. 32 times 6. And we got this sideways. Well, she hasn't dropped yet, as far as I know. This is just a, teaser. Put it on the grid. Yeah, 16 by 16 will work. Wait, no. 32 by 32. I mean, I do have other, like, offset this by 16. 1 second. There we go. I do have, like, some other shots from the stream, but it doesn't give me a heck of a lot, because it's all very quick. Trying to figure out what the heck it's wearing, but yeah. But anyway, let's get a rough layer in there. So for this, I'm not, as I said, I'm not sure what I could do for the under layers, so I don't think I'll have a whole jacket off toggle. She's wearing shorts, though it looks like they have hip cutouts. Can't be sure on that. Asymmetrical socks, that works. Otherwise, you know, big jacket. Move this over here. No, it's... Why are you over there? There we go. So, just a rough outline. I mean, it's probably still going to be, you know, standard A-frame, but got to think a little bit on it. Get the neck in, up body. She actually is curvy enough with the jacket on. It's not completely everything. You still get to see where the hip line is, and then it flares out. There's that. Now, this looks like it goes down to about mid-thigh, since this leg is... Actually, that's a little confusing. This looks like it should be forward from the turn, but it's put back more. I guess you could say that it's lifted. But that would go down to about mid-thigh. I'm going to actually change color so I can try and figure out what the heck's going on. This is our hips. Down to here. Pigeon-toed? No, not actually. Okay. Unexpected. She's kind of a timid mole blob, so... I would assume standard pigeon-toed. We could just probably just have the front of shoes. I'll figure them out later. It's not like they're... I think they're actually healed, but that's pretty much because every one of them are healed. As for arms, she very much has hand up. I want to try that if I have time. Also, because... Let's see. Probably still too thick on here. Let's slim it down. She's kind of a waif. Yeah, I think that works. She is mildly chesty. It's not a flat board, but these are going to give me fits. We'll get to them when we get to them. So as for shoulders, probably going to keep them as close to body as possible. I'll have to fix this up later, but that seems about right. And if I get the time, we'll have them one hand up. Because that seems to be a thing with her, fiddling with the, you know. But, so on that note, this does go like all the way up over her mouth. Which I might be able to play around, and that'd be fun. I'm just trying to figure out. So it goes straight up. Almost looks like it's more part of the here and it's added on. This isn't flipped. Nope, it's not flipped. So I go like about here. Go down. Goes down to where the shoulders are coming out. So we are doing belt and zipper on this. We do have the tactical harness up here. Sides down here. Nothing else. We have the tattoo, which is a new addition. Not much detail on the radio. Got fancy cuffs there. They're downgraded for the key art. Well, no, there they are over there. Yeah, the key art actually changed the color. I think there's some miscommunication. Over here, they're actually... Yeah. Anyways. So, we have that. Not throwing a gun on here, even though I probably should. I think the only other part about the silhouette stage I'm going to have to figure out is how far this goes down. Like, it's not very, I think. I'm not going to get anything from here because this is waist up. Or at least she's not tall enough for it to be anything more than waist up. Let's say about here. And then it dips in right about there. Then comes up and does the skirt thing of extending hips. I think that kind of works. I want to say it's going to be pretty much symmetrical except for the overlap here where, you know, you button everything up. Okay, hair. Do this. Let's use this color. So that's splayed out everywhere. This is probably more representative, though I might want to gussy it up a bit. This looks to be about mid-back. Oh. Right, one thing. W, continuous, okay. Like about there. that. She doesn't have no hoagie or anything. Nope, but she has the cat ears. I'll just use green for now. Which aren't the typical ones because they're more vertical. So, something like this. I think that about hits it. And then the headphone portion really sticks out. Be noticeable, so something like this. Might have to fool around with that a bit, but I think that hits everything for silhouette. I know this is multicolored, but I'm not changing those in because I need to know the body and back. I think that about captures it. Tail. Not a go-up tail. Surprising. So what do we do with that? Well, they kind of give us an answer here. 1 second. Let me take a quick look, because maybe more things have dropped and I just haven't seen it yet. Let me mute the YouTube. Where are you, mute? There you are. Oh, I get my... That's unexpected. Okay. I get my stream when I'm looking for this. I'm the only one that probably, spells it. Do. Okay, let me at least look at the highlights. Maybe I can grab something out of there again. Don't mind me, just trying to remember the go back and forth buttons. I think they're at least showing off her trainers. So yeah, she is very much wearing those shorts. Yeah, just go tail down and everything will be fine. Don't get much more than that. Alright. Back to it. So we are just going to go with this. It's not like in battle she has it like, boop. No, not that way. Not like in battle, like it sits up here. It's perpetually down, which is sort of a weird choice when you go with a cat girl, but it is what it is. So let's just have this swoop. Have it be cute. And put a little bit of outline for the ribbon. Alright. Yeah, all I have info for is off pretty much the Chinese 2-year anniversary of the game. So, which boils down to this, and these are taken from story because she's shown up in there but didn't have a model. So this is the most canon I have. And then, like, a little bit of video from them doing a stream. Okay, I think that's enough to work with, so let's jump into there. Head. Or face, I should say. Everything lined up here? Yep, that is. Okay. Oh, pale. Yes. She's not sheet white. This is probably, no. I just need it for a second anyways. Okay, let's drop that down about 61. Put this up about 87. That's a little more saturation. Okay, so 65. Is that a little darker, actually? Yep, good enough. I could color pick, but I generally avoid color picking because... well, then I have to color pick everything, and that might not work with my color palette, because I don't get to have any gradients. Oop, turn that back on. What do I say? What kind of chin does she have? Is she very round face? Is it you know, the sharp chin? I don't know, and I don't think anyone will know. Actually, I'm surprised they don't have her in the dorm outfit. Show a little bit of that, and I'd have like literally all the answers I need. But we'll go with that. It's a cute round face. We'll call it a day. Yeah, good enough. Do we need to chop off anything? A little bit more in. It's round, 2 round, and again we're going to be having that over it. That match up. Nose, I would say, is right about there. So yeah, that mostly matches up. Oh yeah, I don't have my speed run up. Should I have my speed run up? 1 second. Live split, where are you? There you are. Live split. You're not a heavy program, I know that. There we go. Move that over to the corner of my screen. We're a little bit, oh, body first. Why do I do body first? I don't even like doing body first. Well, anyways. Body. So this is going to be a bit interesting to figure out. I'm going to do skin color first. Though I think I'm probably just going to go to... painted on exactly, because I mean, I said I'm not taking the jacket off. Upper body. So I can go with that purple black for the background and then work off that. Oh. It actually has her ID. What color is it? It's gray. We'll work on that in a minute. Head group. Yep, the live split is properly up there. Live split is slightly off, but nobody cares. Body group. Okay. Are we going to need to have a mid-body? Can we even do mid-body with anything? Technically, I guess we could do mid-body with that. Will we, though? I don't think so. Anyways, lower body. And about here. Helps if you actually cap it off. Okay, legs are going to take care of the rest of the hips. Let's try and figure out how we're going to do this part. Jacket top. This goes up to basically the armpit. And this does look like it's another piece. Yeah, it's literally sleeves and a turtleneck. I guess you would have that to convert something to be more rainproof, but she doesn't have a top on there. Yeah, it looks like this goes under this. Anyways. That's a little too light. It works a little bit, but let's bring that hue into the green. Yeah, I think we got it there. Might actually be able to give her some jiggle physics. Exciting. Okay, so armpit's right about there. Jacket would start right about there. You have a plunge in there. What's that? What's that green doing? I think that's just part of the upper piece. Okay. We're going to cut into this in a second. Might as well just call this jacket. Okay, and this goes down to about here, goes in, comes up, and we can just color that in. That said, we have a cut in here. They're right about here. Boop, boop. Oh, turn that back into non-continuous. I'm going to just put this as red for a second so I can at least figure out what is going on. Okay, we're probably going to live off a shade for actually showing any of that. And I'm going to need a little offset line. So let's say right here, that goes all the way down. And then we could get buttons in on this. How many do we need? We need 4 or 5. I can count. Okay. We'll probably break this layer apart in a minute, but the brown buttons. I can get away with this. I can get away. Got one up there. They're not to scale in the slightest. One there. 2. 3. 4. I should have enough to get 5. There we go. And belts and zippers, which is to say just a bunch of pockets. I think I'll reuse this color. So Let me turn this off for a second. Excuse me one moment. Sorry, some random update off phone. I always have to check because somebody might be messaging me that they're just going to show up. So, no way around that. Okay, so as I was saying, let's turn that off. Guesstimate these pockets to be this big. So let's go with this color for it. And then we're going to skew this. Till it about matches that bottom one. I think we could just hand jangle that in. Okay, now it's a little big because it's not a proper good skew. And this needs to be, I would say middle of this, but we're on a curve, so something like this. And technically we need to have that curve in, but I'll just slice it off. Either way. So select everything outside of jacket. Boop. And we'll say a two-step for this. There we go. Pocket. And throw that over there. And merge it down. Okay, is there like any green on there? There is green on there. So this one I don't have to worry about too much because it's, I mean, I could have it like wiggle a little bit, but nobody's going to care. So put that on it. Good enough. May want to soften the edges, but these ones are going to be interesting because they have all the straps on them. We don't get a good view of that over here. What are you going to call this? Tactical pockets? Sure. Also, we're way past there. There we go. So, this is roughly the same color, and I don't think this is dark enough. So, let's go with that. Boop. Everybody's happy. And they go up basically to her chest, so right about here I could get away with. So I have to at least make them look believable. So, in like this, a little bit of that. Can even cheat by looking at it from dead on, which is what I'm going to be using. Interesting, so the heck is that? Well, I guess that'd be like a strap you could go across, but she just doesn't have it. Why do I keep seeing discrepancies between these? So this has a green strap here, but there's no green strap over there. This has a green strap here, but you don't see anything over here. However, in this one, you see no green strap on the second one, which works with this. But you see a green strap on the outside one, which isn't shown at all. In fact, it shows the green strap being on the front one. I guess you could say that this was pushed over, but you still see that part right here. Okay. I'm going to go off the key art a little bit more. I mean, I'm going to go off the sleeve color because I like that. Okay, so we have this dark color, and it doesn't change back to the same color as the outfit. So we layer it. Do I want to go so much as to have this part move, do a bit of parallax shift? I don't think so. Also, this still needs to be darker. All this needs to be darker than this, so I guess I'm just going to scale up. 35, how do you look? Okay, good enough. So, say it goes up here, rounds the bend, and then follows this but slightly offset. Give me another pixel here, and we just give it another line. One, two. Then we follow the same up here. They're pockets, so they should be bulky. Something like this. I guess we could cut off this to make it look round. Okay, and then we need to divide it up into two, which is going to be easy. We just go find the midpoint, we cut out what we don't need, and then we do this. Okay, looks like two. Looks like this is a little rounder than what I want. It should be roughly square, so we fix that easily enough. There we go. Move this in one. Well, we can't move it in one without ruining the other side, so let's just do that. There we go. How does it look without grid? They're little things. They really play up the connectors over here. Let's get a little bit of that. Just like so. They stand out. They stand out over here. That's a little too high of a color. Can I use that? I could use that. Okay. Now then, to show that it actually is a pocket, we have to drop this down to 25. Like so. And then we have our green strap that comes down. By that I mean our literal pixel. And that could be mirrored. The other one's just black, so we could use this color. Okay, let's give this a bit of... There we go. This actually looks too high. So can I just do this? Okay, better. Make it more clean. Okay, not sure if I'm going to do anything fancy with that, so I'll leave it as is. Next part, how the heck to get this harness to work. which is definitely going to be above chest layer. But is there anything I could put on chest layer to just simplify it? Almost has the silhouette of her cat ears. I say. We'll leave that as a mystery for a second. Alright, let's get into... what do we want to call this? Jacket top, I guess. Like I was trying to do before. So this thing, that's a little too blue, but if we drop it down enough, it should fit in. That's not blue. 25. It has a little bit of it in there. 30. That's almost more it. Honestly, this, but up might have a chance. The 26. That just becomes too purple. Move this more towards the green. No, way too much. Drop the saturation to about 10. Still too much. Maybe it is more in the blue. A little more in the blue. I can live with that. Boop. So and it goes up the shoulder. And I'm not going to do the collar on this layer because it's just not going to work. So we have that. The sleeves will be the same color. Now I could figure out how the heck I'm going to put all this rigging on here. Literal rigging, as in belts. There's no zippers, but belts and zippers. Okay, let's just put it on top. And we'll have to just figure it out later. So let's grab this color. Possibly even darker. Okay. Let's drag this down to 15. Perfect. So we get this. Goes down here. And then comes across. I'll get a bit of our belt and zipper fastening. Suppose I could just go all the way up. Okay. That'll come in later. Okay. Enough to fake details, all I need. So these ones would probably move a little bit, and then they also go underneath here. Yeah, because the breast is definitely pushing it out of the way. I don't think... yeah, we're She has too much for it. I can't get anything out of this. So it is an interesting note that the ID tag goes underneath, but then again, everything goes underneath this bomb suit collar. That. Harness rig. Oops. Or harness chest. I have to figure out how it's going to transition down to go underneath here, but that might just be layer shenanigans. Let's get to it when we get to it. So, first off, we have this part, which comes out of the side. And follows the chest line, and then goes down here. This I'll have to figure out later, probably, as I said, with layer shenanigans. Then we have this that just comes down this way. We could probably just do that. We don't need to show the stitching. The stitching isn't going to help here. And that will have to have jiggle physics, so I need to have a little more material to work with. So it doesn't look odd if it goes out of scope. By that I mean, like, it moves over a pixel, there's now a giant pixel gap. Okay, I think I have enough to work with. Actually, cut it a bit up here. So it coming out this way makes sense, it coming out up here doesn't. Like, oops, B. Oh yeah, because it's below everything, so it's not going, okay. I might be overthinking that. Okay, so not too bad so far. Let's get on to anything else. Nope, the arms. Might not even need a neck. Back here. Left arm. Arm group. This will be left arm down because I want to have this. It's cute. And it is kind of her pose. Okay. We're just going to keep it one chunk. Okay, we'll fix that up in a second. Let's move these all to the top. Can I just put this on any layer? No. I thought you could do something like that. Let me just bring it up here so I can work better with it. There we go. And then we need, well, I said this is going to be a different color, so let's do a different color. Drop this down for the inside being flipped out. So, like so. You're giving me conflicting information here, Geet. So this should have that right here, but it has it on the inside of the sleeve. This has it on the outs. Well, you know what I mean. If you were to bring this up, you would not see it. This you can see, so it's on the outer of the wrist. This is on the inner of the wrist. If you're keeping like your, well, depending how you flip it up. It's hard to explain. I'll go with this one because this has more detail when you bring it up. But anyways. Like, whoops. So, and that would mean when this is up, it comes down and you don't see anything, which is fine. Whoops. And then you have, I'm guessing her actual inner, is that the same color? That's the same color group. Which might mean this travels all the way up. That's not for me to figure out. Then we have this on the inside. Whoops. And then hand. And she has the whole finger gloves thing. Doesn't have them in there. I'll put the finger gloves on, though. The tactical gloves. Get down there. Okay, and below that we put left hand. Alright, so grab skin color. And we're going to be, covering up in a second. And we don't see what she's doing with that other hand, so I don't know if I should go with... Probably curled. Like, Temp's a timid little thing. I don't know if she's gotten better in canon. Well, what I've seen, not so much. Helps if you actually do this. So how do I do a little bit of close hand? Just keep fist. Boop. Boop. Fingers. Thumb is right around here. Don't need to think too hard. Now, for that is a dark gray, so I could... Well, it's practically a black. I could probably reuse this, so... Doesn't look like there's a strap or anything. This doesn't give me any details but the inside of it. So let's just go with that. And that would be her thumb. I could put outlines later. This is flats. Let's just pretend that we have a bit more on there. Okay. Now, do I want to do the arm up right now? Probably. Okay. Which arm do we want? Let's go with that one. So, let's duplicate this. Move this all the way up here. Whoops. Left arm up. Oops. Turn that off. Actually chop off the right arm. And control all this. Vertically flip it. Horizontally flip it. That's about right. So this would be covering up any sort of elbow coming in, so I can just, let me turn these off. I can just make this round and it's swallowable as this is what's going to happen. And I can add her button, which is just a gold one, or brass one. Do I need to change colors? Yeah, I probably should. Okay, one second. So this is a cool blue. We want this to be a warm blue, or a cool metal. We want this to be a warm metal. So we make it yellow. Literally, that's all you do. Turn off continuous because we just want to grab all these. There we go. Warm metal. Probably oversize this because otherwise that's the wrong one. Something like that. Tilt it a bit. Rotate it a bit. That looks a little horrible, so let's drag that in. Yeah, that could be swallowed. Maybe even bring this down a little bit more. Yeah, that's about at her neckline. Like, down there. Cheat to win. Now we might need to actually have an upper left arm just to hide her sins, so that it can come down here. Let's turn that on for a second. Let's duplicate it. Actually, no. No. Let's do this. Turn this off for a second. Joint would be right about here. Boop. Left arm upper. Put that in. Now we can't have the horrors that is an extra pixel, or the things butting up on pixels, because the silliness that is Live 2D will not stand for that. So now those overlap. Everything should be fine. So we turn that off. We go back to this one. Let's clean this up because clearly the rotation was not kind. It doesn't have to be exactly kind. Let's cut off a pixel. So we're trying to get it into about that territory where you would believe that the arm comes down. It doesn't need to, but you would believe the arm comes down here. All that. Maybe even flare this out a little bit. And then, you know, turn off this and clean up all the crap that you did over here. So you weren't paying attention. That is not reading as a button. Yeah, okay. Punt. Button. Okay. Now we have that. That looks... Yeah, let's... go like that. Yeah, good enough. It's blending in with all this stuff up here, which is causing some problems. And also, that should be straight. Something like that. Okay, get back over here. Down, down, down. 1, 2, 1. That's fine. Maybe one more. Down, down, 1. There we go. Should be a little below, but I'm going to say this is all we're getting. Left hand up. So let me just copy this sucker. Go back up here. Paste. Flip. Flip. A sprite please. Okay, we're going to have to rotate this. Going to have to cut off the thumb, but we don't have much detail on the thumb anyways. Right about there. That goes away. And this goes in here for the wrist. We'll just have finger go up that way. Pull this in one. That's a little too much. Finger come down like this. And get rid of that one line. I think that's the best I'm getting. I'm sure others would do a lot better. Boop. Boop. Okay. So we have that. We'll play layer level shenanigans later. Bring this down to arm group. Hide them for now. And now figure out what the heck I'm going to do for that collar. I guess it has to be a part of head group, which is weird. Her head tilt's probably going to need to be really limited. Okay, we have the two little button things. I have no word for them, they're just button things. Helps if I turn this on. Okay, so we have a choice of perspective. If you want to say that we're always looking down at her, we do that. If we're always looking up at her, we do that. I think most VTubers go on head on, so let's go with that. Perspective is important. Okay. And this is 2 layers, so I can cut off one here. And I can use like this color. Make the inner one. Like so. And those little pieces on here, let's just grab this green. Okay. Want it to be triangular, so something like this. And then we want to have... Okay. Same color as the rest of this stuff. Not these ones, these ones. And just outline it. The green doesn't stand out, so I might need to make it darker. I might also need to make it thinner here. Oh yeah, I'm working in this. Okay. Yeah, let's drop the color on this. 2 stages. No, it still needs to be somewhat light, so bring that up 1. And these are supposed to be thin. That might be the shape. But going down... If I just do this as a line, does it do better? On the fly decision making. Terrible thing to do. Okay, if I fill out these 2. Whoops. Does it do better? Kind of. I think that might be the best I get it. Okay. Good enough. I may want to put them into their own things so they don't deform weird. So let's do that while we're here. And yes, is it a speed run if I lavishly take time? Well, it has to get done fast, so I don't want to take 3 weeks on this. Okay. Boop, fill in the hole. Probably don't even need to bother to separate these. I just don't need them to do weirdness. I'll put like a rotate right in the middle, and they can move with this, and then I can put a transform on here that I can just like, you know, skew them slightly. Okay, so let's get back into this. So this goes down at an angle to do more of a cutout. So like this. You don't get much of it because that needs like a thing on top. So let's give it that. Just bring this up to 26. Drop its saturation actually, so 15. This is supposed to be a plastic. Thing going across. Okay. Now, anything else? I need to give her legs. So let's do that. Left leg. Turn off her jacket for a second. Bop. Like right about here. A sprite, please. I think they've really emphasized her knees. Not too much, but we need to get this on there. You have asymmetrical socks, so perfect for VTuber. Eight. Turn this off for a second, figure out what color his socks are. I think they're just a really light version of her jacket. There's nothing else that color matches, so let's just go off this and put it up like 3.5 steps. So 56. And these are half high. Boom. There we go. That off. There we go. Stair step in and a little bit of turn over here. If we're looking at her directly face on, we would see more curve down there. I know that perspective gets weird on VTubers because you can move them around, but at least think a little bit. Okay, these are basically high heel shoes. And their color is about this jacket, so top matches bottom. That's a little too much. Then we have the joint, the actual shoe layer. Okay. Well, this would go above. Foot middle. Then we just have this go on. I just want to be like 2 pixels out. You could put any extra line work in there. And then just have this go down. Say right about there. Foot front, which is going to be the whole taper into the front of it. So here's the choice if I want to pigeon toe it or not. I think I want to keep it mostly straight on. I'm going to make it taper a bit. And then for foot toe, we go to my favorite not black. So I'm going to try to do the thing I did with Tenma before, where I'm able to get some extra movement out of the feet by having them in different layers. I did merge kind of the shoe to the leg, but it's not like it's being removed. Then we have a silver color at the tip. I was trying to be steel toe. That'd be funny, but I don't think so. We also have that bit of green right here. Now to clean this up because it's not really reading. Maybe the outline will help. Because the outline will also give it this line going down. Once again, we also need this metal color. For that, maybe even darker, either way. I guess this should be shoe instead of foot. Shoe back. And this will be 2 darker. And 1. I need to do a little more work on this. That comes in. It's supposed to have a bit of heel on there. What layer are you on? You're on toe. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. I am not good at shoes. I am not good at feet. Toe probably needs to be turned in a little bit more. I am quasi-pigeon-toeing it. I want to say good enough. Okay. Let's get her tattoo on there. And we'll save the rest for figuring out later. So that is gray about her jacket. I'll need this on because I need to figure out where it goes on her. Except I'll say a little lighter. Okay, we turn this off. And that's about right where... Oops. So we need a little bit of room so we can put the star there. Okay. Yeah, this needs to be a little darker. And there is a pixel separation. Otherwise, we are going to do this. And ironically, this is a Fist of the North Star reference. Because she kind of has a stand that is Fist of the North Star. Or... I don't know what you would put in it. In like actual what it's supposed to be. With the big giant cat she summons. Who is totally not set up to have a 7-star tattoo across their chest. Well, if we do it like this... Maybe drop this down by 1. think it still kind of works. Maybe kind of, sort of. I say 5 darker? I think maybe. So 66. Turn off continuous. Oh wait, darker, not lighter. Ah, wrong direction. So 56. Turn off continuous. That's basically the same as this, though. Desaturate it to 0. Drop down to 46. I think that's about it. I can't do any of the, like, wash on there, but... Or can I? Nah, that's too much. I would probably have to gradient it a little bit. But I'm not doing that. Okay, now for her shorts, which are barely there. They are a very light gray color. Let's take this and put it up 2. Okay, sure. Okay, let's turn on that. And for sake of argument, let's just do that. That's all we're going to need to do. Outline will help later, but... Yep. Is it possible this might bounce up? I don't think it'll... Yeah. Let's just do a bit of that. Just to cover our bases. I like the bouncy sort of outfits, so maybe the jacket might bounce up a little bit. Okay. Last thing I think we need to do here is give her a tail. And that tail color is going to be a dark gray. It's darker than this, so I can use that as a base. Basically black. Comparison to her hand, maybe? Okay, so that's how thick this is. 36 pixels. Hand from side, it's thicker. Hand like this, it's maybe half. So let's say about half. Something like this. Oh. She's not a Nekomata. And this comes out from under this, loops around, and does that. We'll have this as tail front, and this will be technically behind everything. Just so I can do a little bit of movement on it. Okay, and also I will need to patch these up so that they cover nicely. And then throw her ribbon on there. Yeah, it's basically the same green as everything else. So, grab this. Tail ribbon. What kind of ribbon is it? Very standard. Well, actually, no, not actually standard at all. Usually it'd just be, you know, like that. This one actually pops up, so... Not doing it justice in the slightest. I'll fix it later. Actually, if you'll excuse me for 1 second. Okay. And the heater kicked on. So where are we at? We at... Actually, are those long enough? I think those need to be longer. There we go. So, with that, I guess I move to face. Because I'm not having to take off jacket because I have no idea what's under this. So, hit the match button. Boop. Face. Let's get the full white. Sorry. Make the eye group. Okay. Pretty standard anime eye. We have the go down, curve up, curve over. Or curve, just round. It's not like it's going out, being like this. It's not like it's going in, being like this. It's just standard round. What does that mean for me? Not a heck of a lot, because I don't have the pixel width. Actually, 1 second. Do I still have it up? I do not. History, and I think I can get to it that way. Bop, 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 bop. Yep, there it is. Okay, let me screenshot this. Save it to the ref location for stream. Okay, can I drop it in here? If I could just drop it in here, that'd be nice. Kind of. There we go. There we go. This will be a useful tool for later. Honestly is, because I'm looking at it right now. Might have to modify the ears a bit more. Well, anyways. So they're very round. I'm going to need them to have to be a pixel rounder than I should think they should be. Just because of Live 2D. That's too far out, most definitely. She also has wing gulls, which are going to be interesting to put on here. So I got to make sure to have enough room for that. Okay. Left eye lid full. Though as per usual, she's not blonde eyelashes. They always tend to forget that. I mean, it technically makes it easier to render in line art, but still. I mean, she doesn't even have real hair to begin with. Looks a bit surprised. Can I taper it off a little bit? Such a weird setup. Okay. She has like kind down here too. Is that too much? Let's put actual pupils in there, or irises. And they're just green. Nothing too out there. Literally could probably pick off this, though I'll drop the saturation because it's next to white. So like 54. Given that size, could probably make them like this. Cat. Okay. I think that works. So, next step. Trim that for a second. Left mid. Get our blinks in. Okay, that should be good, and then left eye lid mid. Actually, no, let's just copy the other one and adapt. Save me 2 minutes. Okay, so this would come down as expected. This would flatten. Whoops. Put a little bit there to show that that's its own thing. Bring that up. Let's turn the eye off for a second to make sure that, yeah, that's on the right spot. And then we'll have the close, which I should just copy off mid. Okay. So this would go down one more. This would come up. It becomes a little messy. This comes down. We could get rid of that. Like so, and I think that'll work. Okay. But for now... Oop. Keep that. Let's actually... get the eyes looking like something. So she has the concentric rings sort of going on. I don't know if I can pull that off, but do this. Can grab this, go 44, 41. I think that might just oversell it too much. Yeah, it's adding too much pattern to that. I think we'll just keep it right around the eye. And then maybe rim everything but the sides. Bake in some lighting. Cap. Okay. Nose dot. Oh, how are we going to do a nose dot? Most difficult thing. Takes years to get this. See, where is it on her? About where you expect. Oh god, it's a too wide nose dot. Oh no, no, no. There we go. Okay. So, technically I'm going to need to do the headband after the hair, so I guess we're just going to need to move on to that. Anything else I'm going to... Eyebrows. Don't really see them, they're very thin. But let's drop that up here. I mean, yeah, they are. They cut off like right here. So they don't look too bad. I mean, she is basically all eye. Actually, that's a little bit different. She's bigger over here than over here. But when I draw them, yeah, they kind of... they look very off until I have the masking going in. I could maybe drop a rim, but I don't think that will work. But anyways, eyebrows. Eyebrows. I think they're black instead of the blonde they should be. Whoops, it helps if I have this on. And it, like, the fact that her face is so small because how much of this is being taken up is something. And I guess I kind of should actually... the nose is not in the right spot. I think everything is a little too high. Yeah, everything's a little too high. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Everybody. Get in here. Boop, boop, boop. That's where it should be. Okay, let's turn off most of those again. And I guess I should make mouth. Also, I should save this out. 1 second. Not even showing up, so I shouldn't bother. Okay. Temp model. Temp model. Should also maybe make a neck. But let's give her a very... I'm not even going to do full phonics, because there's no point. And I hate it. It's real funny, though, to me. Cat. Like, 1 second, 1 second. Just for reference. Let's save this down. Oh wait, no, this should go in the other folder. 1 second. Storage, ref for stream. Is there less suspect outfits? No. I have what I'm given. So, for temp, this is even her in Girls Frontline 1. Oh. As you can see, still nothing. Okay, let's throw that into the void. Thank you. Now, here's one of her costumes. Because they throw everyone to make them a schoolgirl at some point. Where's the edge? I can't find the edge of this. Ah, nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. So I think her being chestnut mouth works. And throw that into the void. Alright, anyways, duplicate. And we just go down here and add a bit more. It's a very small mouth. Could chestnut it some more, but I think this is good. It's not like I'm ever going to see it. Maybe we drag this down 1 or 2. 2. Let's see what 2 looks like. We still have that. That's still there. Maybe when head comes... When I do Y up, I can move her head up enough to see the top of her lip. Would that even happen? Yeah. Oh, it's such a silly thing, this collar. The cone of shame. Okay. So we got our massive cat moe blob eyes. We got the eyebrows. We got the mouth. I'm not doing phonics. There's no point. If I had her not wearing the jacket, I would model underneath it and work off that. But I have nothing. Like, in Girls Frontline 1, it was just a leotard, but clearly she's wearing shorts and then something else. Like maybe that black part's part of it. I don't know. Either way, let's move on to here. Push the button. Bob. We'll start detailing it when we get to it. Now, front hair group. Front hair. So I'm going to need a very highly saturated light brown. So I don't want yellow, because this is yellow. This is yellow. It's too much. So I want a brown. I want to make it light. Like 80. I want to be in the yellow. A little bit. I want to saturate it a bit. So like 55. And I have this, which is more on par, but it's not quite. It's still too light. Maybe drop it down to 70. Still too much in the skin range, but that will be fixed when I do an outline. No, once again, let's just kind of do this. Where was that? At this. Actually, drag it a bit into orange. We're kind of at skin color. That's the problem with working with blonde hair. Like the highlights, I don't usually do as much highlights as I should. Even like go over here. Why? Because I always think I make them look bad, but ooh, that's a little much. Grab these bands. Room. Like, yeah, we're even kind of close on this, but its skin, it looks more orange. It doesn't look blonde, and she needs to be blonde. Oops. Or, well, she is blonde. And I lost it. Okay. Go about here. Like, that has a blonde look, and I think I might go with it if I temper it down a little bit. Say 90 value. Then it's starting to get orange. And she is a very blonde. Problems. Drag this more into yellow. Maybe. This is hitting that cartoon blonde that we probably want. Let's go with that. And see where it goes. We can always change the color later. Her hair has... It has a lot of cover in her eyes, but it tends to the right. So let's just grab this in right here. Turn this off for a second. And have it have some of the good old fun parting. Get rid of that layer. And these could be symmetrical. Yeah, they kind of do tend. Okay, so let's keep that off for a second. Well, actually, no, let's get that in here. Front bane should also cover up there. Look at the hair cap in a minute. Just gotta make it do a little bit of this. Okay, and then we get to side locks, which are just going to... She doesn't really have them. They all come from behind her ear, which is kind of a unique thing. Usually it comes from just sidewalk in front of ear. I'm going to need to change this color at some point. So we have this cup. Oops. This one I need to mirror. Okay, turn these off for a second, just so I can get my cap in. Drop it down a shade. 64, 52. If I desaturate this, will I be happy? No, I won't. That's a silly question, but will I be accepting of this? Okay, let's drop that saturation to like 40. Well, let's go with that. See how that... that's a little too brown. Oops. It's like I'm not color picking because it still may not look right at the scale. I do think maybe dropping the saturation down just a tad might help with this. If I put more yellow highlights in there, I might get away with it. Let's just go with this. Enough fussing. Now, for how the heck am I going to get these to work right? Because these are going to be in front of this. They're going to be coming from like over here. And they're going to go down to her neck. They're going to be a little messy. And the thing with this also is that these are behind the headphones. I think they're just going to have to cut through. That's what I think is going to have to happen. But for now, let's put them behind the rest of these. And we're going to have behind ear. And now we're going to have to try and fit in, weirdly enough, headphone. So this is roughly the same color as the top part of that. And then we have to have a little bit of gem headphone side thing. And this goes up to her eyebrows. So get out here, get out here. Technically, it should be tilted. Let's tilt it. going to need to turn this off. I'm going to need to send that to the void. Nope, that's too much. Okay. Do 3s or 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I tried to do it the right way, but it didn't want me to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that look too far out? That looks too far out. 6s. Yeah, let's just do it manually. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cut that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cut that out. Drag it over one. And to make it look like it's tilting, we add that line. Then like take a line out down there. Okay. Then we need to get the gem in there. We can just use this color again. 1, 2. 1, 2. I think that works. There we go. Okay. Copy, paste, flip. Got the basis of that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do all the fanciness, but I can put the color to pretend I'm doing the fanciness. So let's split that up. Oh, background's messing with me. So I'm going into settings through edit. Or no, preferences through edit. Then I'm going back down to background, and we have two colors. I throw that at blue, I throw that at purple, or magenta. Hit apply. Congratulations, I can actually use grays. So, just have a little latch like that to pretend I'm doing something. And we can carry on. We'll have to make it green at some point, but let's just get this headgear in there. Something like that. And then like right here. We're going to have our green. It's a green stripe for no reason. Aesthetics. Can I reuse the lock color for the ears? Yes. So let's turn on the rough just to see what I wanted to do before. And that about lines up. That about lines up. So like right here. Is that actually darker than the rest? No, not really. Okay, and then I just need to do like... There we go. Now for the hair on back. Are you not enough? I don't have leg. Okay, let me just do this quickly. Bop. Bop. No. Where's leg? Oh, okay, so there. It's a new group, leg group. Tail group. And back hair. hair back. And we can just grab this color. This doesn't have it really bouncing around. This has, you know, doing as much, showing off how long her hair is. So about right here, I want to say. Enough to show it. Okay, go like that. Now, how do we want to stylize this? So this is going with a lot of this sort of style. So let's try and go with that. So how do we do that? He asks himself. Like this maybe? We have it come up and then we're going to pixel out a chunk to give it its roundness. Don't need to do too much because like it's all hidden. Like her face, it's mostly hidden. Let's bring this to the front because tilting might show some of it, so I want to have it all rendered anyways. And then in the middle, just cut that out. Something like that. And because we want to have some amount of showing that this is back, let's do that. Have this go a little bit like this. I'll do a proper drop, 64 or 52. Now this is going to be the outline color, so it's going to be a pain in a minute, but I think it's going to have a decent effect of how it looks. Okay, bring that to the back. Okay, it's pretty much a temp. Is the ears high enough? So let's take a look at this. Let's compare them to eyes. So her eye is about this big. Her ear is like twice her eye height. So let's try to keep that as a model. So this is like 9 pixels. That's like 9. We need to like double these. No, by a mirroring it. So that's where it should start tapering in. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, ba ba. Do. And let's just add a little more over there. Give this a little bit more triangle. And now, hopefully you're 18. 14. So let's add about 4 more pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. These two I get for free. I get that for free. I get that for free. Get that for free, but 1, 2, 3, 4. And fill this in. I might need to adjust some things because this is no longer looking cute. So let's trim a little and make this edge more extreme. One, two, three. Possibly may need to just extend this a little bit. I think we're good enough. Something like that. Can't be completely exact because I just don't have the skill. But it's good. It stands out. You could tell she's blonde. It's very... Should be a lot paler, but it doesn't work with the color palettes I work with. Because this is brown. This is just very light brown. But if I try to use it my color palette, it's so saturated it makes her brunette instead of blonde. Which is going to annoy me to no end. That said, I don't need to do anything more. Oh, I forgot these things. I forgot doodads. Well, that'll be in detail later, anyways. So what do we have? We have cat. Let's hit the one button and get onto detailing body and get like the remote onto her shoulder. Not remote. Radio. Okay. So we got some that going on. It's not like I'm going to be moving this too much, so I can just cheat a little. And draft everything onto this. Now then. Oh, are those actually proper silver? Or are they the same warm metal color? Well, if everything is using this, I'm using this for everything. So we get the 2 little straps there. Or the 2 little points. They're 1 apart. And then let's make our 3 wide line. Rotate you by 90. I said 90. Oh, that's disappearing underneath this up here. I should probably move this down a little bit more, even though... Yeah, I should move it down. I made mistakes. Okay, I could probably... pick here. There we go. Boop, boop. No, we need one more. Okay. Accidentally right-clicked. Right-clicking does mysterious things that I don't understand. Okay, there we go. We got the straps. They're kind of blending in with there, but once we get the outlines on everything, everything will be fine. Or we just outline this one with a darker color up to there so that any moving around will not cause issue. Okay, so all we need out of this is a box, so let's get this back to 0. Let's make her a 5. And it has a big antenna. Something like that. Alright, let's put the ribbling on it. Okay, so you want to make it lighter or darker? Well, no, actually we don't. We just need to differentiate it. So put you up to 25, not 58, 25. You're up to 19. Okay, nope, we need to desaturate you. So you could stay at an 8, but we'll put you up to a 32 instead. Okay, so this part is on this part. I know, that makes total sense. Doing that thing right there, and then I have to have that go across. And then the part on top and side, so. Oop. Make this a tad thinner by moving this over. And put a little green dot because green dots everywhere. Even though this one was kind of darker green. Very rare on her. Maybe have an extra little bit down here. I don't know what this is, but I don't know if it'll help rendering it. So we got to get a belted straps on the other arm. Grab this. Make it 3 wide. 1, 2, 3. That there. Rotate you 90 degrees. Have you go out to about here, step down, and then continue the rest of the way. There we go, strap. Okay, we also want to get our little bit of that. That ID, let's use this slightly off white. Turn that to 0. Needs to go above buttons. ID card. Just kind of floats at the bottom of this. Let's attempt to give the impression that there is a cat there. I hear she's a fake cat. She can take off her tail. Yeah, I'm not going to get any of that in there. Let's do the fake text standard. That should work. Okay. ID chain. Why not reuse that lovely color? Mirror. That will probably have to do some weirdness. Oh, actually... Oh, there we go. Turn off grid and mirroring. How does it look? Looks fine. Oh, it's almost been 2 hours. Going to get up for a second. Be right back. Alright then. Pop. Pop. Oh, I'm actually grabbing it through OBS. That doesn't work. So let me turn off rough because there's some stuff poking through. Let's see. Everything seems to work. Let's begin giving it outlines. Oh, that's the wrong button. Or I should say inlines. And this needs to go in here in order to create the illusion that she has pockets. A very strange, oh. Truly a fantasy design. Female outfit having pockets. Who has ever heard of that? Okay, have that. I don't think we need to do much with these ones. Now, getting into this mess. It's going to be interesting. So we could just go with standard black and have it be on the outside. And pretend we're doing a little bit of shading. Actually, where... I won't see it in this one. Yeah, that's how it goes. Okay, let me get into this one, and we also do the bottom and side. Gets the point across, and it avoids having like a very odd little strip down the middle. Yeah, that works. I think we might need to do it on these though. Those, I think, are fine. It's a matter of taste at that point. Now, let's turn off her head for a second so we can figure out what the heck we're doing here. Okay, let's grab this color. Drop it to 16. 5. Outline it. Yeah, okay, it has that little bit of... what do you want to call it? Seam? That's the word. Okay, getting into this. Nope. Abort. Okay. Whoops. Okay, got that. This is the same color, so I could use this. Boop. Got that. And drop down. 73. Okay, and this probably just goes straight to black too. So Something like that. Give the hint that the hand is curling. And we'll call it good. And I did not copy it over because, once again, new layer, paste, flip, merge down. Everything's better. Wait, I didn't get... Wait a second. I didn't get this. Oh, because that was hand. Okay, left arm down. Copy, paste. On a new layer, paste it on a new layer. Flip it over. Am I even getting it right? No. What's going on here? Okay, copy. Okay, get rid of this. Copy. Make a new layer. Paste. Flip it. There we go. Okay, anything else I need to detail on body? I could outline these, but I think it's going to just get too messy. So I think we're good. The only thing I think might need some shading is her chest. But first off, let's do... I don't have mirror on. Okay. I mean, she doesn't have a lot, but they're there. Ooh. Let's do half shading. I think that'll be the compromise. Usually when I shade, I go down 10 saturation, 10 luminosity. This is going to be 5. It barely does anything, but it's there. This is more in line of what this says to do, so I'll do it. Also, I need to get this little flap in. Well, it's too busy right now, so I think we're just going to drop it for the sake of it doesn't add a lot. Don't like it, but it's true. Doesn't add a lot. Okay, head goes back on. I'm going to consider this part of the body, because... yeah. What else would it be? And it'll help me with some other decisions I have to possibly make later on this monstrosity of a thing. And that helps shows that it comes out, hopefully. Either way. Okay, let's get on to legs. Everybody loves legs. Legs. Turn off the body and head for this. Well, the body at least. Bop. First off, shorts. If I really wanted to overdo on this, I would give this a second one that I could mask by a copy of the bottom of the jacket, and I could add shade to it. While I'm saying I'm doing this, second, turn off the jacket. Okay, let's get this while we're here. Okay, in case it bounces up enough that I would actually need to have that. That covers it. Up. Okay, onto leg, which I will sadly have to turn this off for a second. At least until I'm done with the upper parts. Because we don't want to have skin color on the ink. So get down to here. I'll get back later to get the ink. Boom. 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 Bitches for Thosla Doom. Okay. Now we mirror this. Room. Room, you say? Room. Give a little bit of kneecap. There we go. And sock. $46, sure. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, that works. And as I said, I need to go back here to get the edges of ink. Otherwise, things just look odd. There we go. Now you can put your jacket back on. And now for tail, which we'll just use black. Can I get away with this color? Nope. So inline it. Fix this over here because that's not how the inline's supposed to work. Inline it. This one doesn't care. Inline it. This I have to spend a minute on. So I still inline it. Whoa, no, 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 no. This. Okay, and going back over to here. Here comes the heat again. I'm actually not near a heater. Like, this room gets very cold. I'm just near the intake. So technically it's sucking all the heat out of the room. Along with any coolness it finds, but same difference. Something like that. I'll live. Okay, shoes. Where it goes out the rails. The heat is being pushed into all other rooms, and I don't think there's a proper vent into this room. I mean, it gets back here eventually. I mean, it's an old house. All things you could think about it, you could just answer with, well, it's an old house. Why is there one door in the entire place? It's an old house. Why is there a loop upstairs of rooms? It's an old house. Why is there a coal chute in the basement? It's an old house. They took it out, but the remnants of it is there, and it's funny to me. Oh yeah, there was also a, yeah, the line. Let's also do a little bit of this. And that continues on, yeah. Oh, I guess I need to move these over. Do. Technically, something like that. Honestly, it's the best I'm getting these shoes. Terrible. They're ugly. Okay. Save, just in case. Bop. Detail face. What face? Okay, let's... She doesn't even have a neck. It's rare that I don't have a model without it. I might put one on there, but it's not needed. Okay, first let's grab this, inline it. There we go. Let's just do it because it bothers me. I could. Could do a lot of things, but that'll have to do. Does it cover it up? I'm going to cut off like 2 pixels. Okay. In case it somehow goes up enough, that's what I want. Okay, let's move on to these headphones. I think I'm just going to use black. It's mirroring? That's mirroring. This I'll down to 41. Put that little dot there that was in it. Okay, that'll work. Now for paint. Because there's not much else I can detail in the face. I mean, I can add blush. I mean, she's a very blushy character. You don't actually see it on this one, which is surprising. Let's just add a blush layer and call it a day. Go straight up pink blush. Okay. Okay. Means that there's something a little off on the hair. 1 second. Good enough. Hair. Where's hair? There's hair. Okay. It'll look more sane with the eyes actually properly working, or else I just turn it off. Sometimes things don't work. Boop. Okay. Grab this, drop it down. 52 luminosity, 64 saturation. Do make sure those are even. Those are even. Good. Now these I can actually just work with. No, I'm not going to look forward to see what Live 2D does to destroy this, because these are butting up. I think technically it wants it to be 1 pixel under. So I think I might try and do something. It's going to look absolutely awful. But I'm not left much choice. What the heck is going on? Is it all on here? Okay. Just draw it. Quit trying to figure out what the thing is trying to do. Just draw it. There. Everything should be happy. Okay, back here. This I can just go and do an inline. No, because it's... No, yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. This looks like rather bad. And this is what I was expecting to happen. Try to do all that. Okay, let's turn on the collar. I think we might be done, actually. Remember, these are supposed to go over the front. We just have to figure out how the heck that's going to work. Blush might be too much. We'll see. Keep it as a toggle. I think these need to extend there. And if I want to make a gem, I need to make this be a lighter color. So 84, 61. Just do that. We get our immaculate glow. And I think we're good. Tail has an outline. Tail has an outline. Bow's a little weird, but I'm not going to be able to fix that. Actually, wait. No. What I need to do... put a square knot in the middle. There we go. I'm happy. Or at least satisfied. Okay, I got the 2 dots in there. Oh, yeah, the arm up. Wait, where's this coming from? Wait. What are you? Oh, that's why. Okay. I almost forgot about arm up. Sorry. Turn that off. Turn left arm down off. Or turn these on. There we go. Got to fix this. Turn collar off. Turn head off. This should be simple. All I need to do is inline that. I did use black, right? Yeah, I used black. Inline that. And make sure to fix up the mistakes. This thing, I'm going to do one side of it to make it look like it has some depth. So, there. Can't quite inline this one. That's the right tone, right? Why does it look off? Because it was slightly off. I don't know how, but it was. Okay, and let's try and give the illusion that we're doing actually something with Knuckles here. Okay, good enough. Okay, everything back on, and that absolutely disappears. Dice everything up. That is the next step. Okay, save it. Stretch and seat. Start with the head. Start with the eyebrows. Cut. Put that in there. Don't need to do any of the side locks. I literally will just mess with them by having a lot of Y vertices, so I can just move them without interrupting each other, and it'll help me flip it in the end. Oop. Okay, cut that. Paste that. Right eyelid closed. If I could spell right. Okay, turn these off. Pop this on. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That's why. Okay, make it. Right eye lid mid. Drop it in. Turn those both off. Yep, we're cooking. Eyelid full. Right eyelid full. Okay, turn those off. Eye left, eye right. No left, no right. Okay. Eye right. Do full first, because I can't tell that with mid on. Okay, let's grab that. Full white right. Oop, put that in there. Turn those off. Grab mid. Mid white right. Paste that in there. Save it. Turn it off. Yep, got them all. Wait. What are you doing? Okay, that one wasn't needed. So we have the mids up here. So we have that mid, and then we have that mid. Okay, turn them all on for a Lovecraftian horror. Where's her right eye? Aha. Almost had it. That'll do it. Now to dice up some arm stuff and leg stuff. Because why not? I don't think she's going to be bouncing around a lot, but just be ready. These are already broken up. I will actually make a subgroup and call it arm up group. And we'll hide them. And we already have these overlapping, so I don't need to worry about anything. Right arm upper. Oop. And I really need to have these sliced up because I'm going up and down. Right arm down. Paste. Okay, turn those both off. Right hand down. Okay. Turn them all on for more Lovecraftian monster. Then turn the whole body group off because I need to make sure I get all the parts of legs. Okay, grab. Oh yeah, that's because that's behind. I don't like the few stray pixels, though. Right leg. Boop. Yeah, I guess that's fine. We'll see. It could be utterly horrible once it recompiles, and then I have to fix the texture, but that's in a minute. Left front toe. Where are you coming from? Right front toe. I must have clicked while I was working on something. What layer was it? Middle? Okay. Left. Front foot. Right front. Or foot front. Oop. Okay, now onto middle. Left foot middle. Grab that. Right foot middle. Same for that side. So I think that's going to cause some issues when things move around, but we'll see. Left shoe back. Right shoe back. Helps if I also, Okay, good. Let's use that to our advantage. So just literally draw a line across. Okay, cool. Okay, turn everything on. Less Lovecraftian monster here. Save it. So that'll allow me to go up and or have a little more movement on the feet. Or from the feet. Save that. I'm going to turn this off for a second. Okay, we want to export it to, temp model. Okay, it has exported. Time to do the dance. Which you won't see because I do not keep, what do you want to call it? GIMP in this. This is a transitory thing. It is not going to be there long. Okay, pop it open, let it open. Image scale by 32 pixels. Okay, by 16 because that's a little too huge for my taste. 300. None. Scale. It's going to make it huge. Yes, I know. Overwrite. Okay. Close that down because we don't want to spend all that on there. And let's open Live 2D, which is going to be interesting for a second because I have it set up to full screen because I played with some stuff. I've been playing with the leaf model a bit. I still need to do a little bit on lean. Possibly get a few updates from Mogs. Okay. Okay, let's get this down to size. Does that look good for you? Not sure. Let me just move over to the side. Okay. This will be good enough. This is fine. I say as I look at the "this is fine" Java dog. Okay, we could throw rough into the void. We could select everything there. This possibly should have continued over one more. Whatever. Okay. Put at standard deformation. Hope it doesn't break on me. And I make my groups, because I love my groups. Okay. Angle. We won't need smile. We won't need that. We won't need brow X. We won't need brow angle. We won't need brow form. Okay, into the void. Got everything I need for eyes. Feeling like not running with group today. Mouth. Derivative. Or derived. Purple. Okay. Now that we got that, we can start putting into the major warps of what we're going to be using. One thing I need to figure out. Where are you? So I want to get this squared away quick. So if I use a reverse mask on these, it does everything I need. Okay, cool. Don't need to worry about that. Seen some of the dreaded weirdness, but that's only coming in because those are basically right on top of each other. We don't have anything down here. No. Legs are one thing. Arms are like that. Okay. Going down here. Arm up. Going to set that at 0. Going to set that at 1. It's going to be arm up. So I get to find these two. Did you... Okay. Set these 400. Nope. 600. Okay. This is going to be the arm up toggle. Going to make it a warp deformer so that if I do any shenanigans, the shenanigans can be transferred up. Arm down toggle. And I'm going to toggle them. First set to 0. Drop in the 3 form. Drop in another one up here. Arm down is default, so it's on when it's... Oh. Duh. Okay. Let's grab these. Left hand, left arm down. There we go. Arm down, toggle. Okay, now set to 0. I noticed that because the arm didn't disappear. Okay, and that's set to 100. Now it's 0. The cat is down an arm. Don't worry, we can put a new one on her. Okay, And then we shove these as close together as we can so that there's absolutely no chance you'll see that it flips between them. And while it's not my favorite thing, it works. I'd like to have, like, you know, an intermediate, like, hand here stage, but I'm not drawing it today. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, and I'm going to put these on a warp that is part of the upper arm. Where is it? I can't see it because I can't see it. Oh, I didn't break up chess. It'll be fine. Not like there's going to be a lot on there. There we are. Left arm. Okay, let's grab right arm. I don't think I'll be doing a lot with it, but just in case. Right arm. Okay, and I'm going to want to have a whole body warp, but I also want to have an upper body one, so well, the jacket and everything, so that I can have it, like, move up. Let's grab this. Now, let's get the head and all that set up. So this stays part of the body, even though it's part of the other layer. And we'll just move stuff around, and it'll be fine. So this is part of the head, this is part of the head. All this is part of the head. I will set up the eyes shortly. Neck is not part of the head. That's always been my setup. Okay, so this is now head warp. Boom. Okay, so this will be neck warp. Neck has the head so that they can do the weird tilting that I always do with this. Neck warp. Okay, now that I have that, I can grab the rest of this. Oh, nope, not lower body. And this can be upper body. Okay. Lower body can include tail. Legs will be their own thing, which I will get to shortly. Because I need to have them be able to, like, furl out in order to get the proper toe lift. Okay, so we grab that, grab that, grab that, grab that. Lower body warp. Squish that up. Leg warp. Okay. Now let's do the eyes. So this is going to be mask 2, left mid and left full, which adds a little bit more complexity, but it is what it is. Same for this one, except for the other side. There we go. Now we can't see anything because we have all the eyes on at once, so let's fix that up. So first off, we're going to have a closed group. Well, let's put eyes into their own thing. Eye warp. You get to go up there, you get to have everything set up. Now then, grab the left, grab the left, grab the left. full mid, and this will be open eye, or left open eye toggle. It's a warp, so everything can deform into it. And then right open eye toggle. This will be right closed eye toggle. Left closed eye toggle. Excuse me for 1 second. Alright. So, now that I got these, set them all to 0. I've done this dance a dozen times before, but as always, I like to have them open up on 1 because reasons. So, closed eyes will be 100 from 0 to 1, or 0.1. And open eyes will be the rest of that. Okay, now that I have that, I will close the distance and then I'll work on the second layer, which is the mid eyes. So, this one, I'm going to have to do something a little strange. Right full eye white warp. Left full white eye warp. Okay. So let's say at 3 they change over, but at this point, let's get rid of this one over here. They have to fit inside the other one. So I'm going to squish this down to here. I'm going to extend it over to 0. And then I'm going to adjust it. And then the rest are just going to be toggles for the eyelashes. But due to how this is set up, there will be issues. Because I can't toggle it off, because the eye will just still go through and go over onto skin, which looks bad, so have to do that little bit of silliness. Anyway, for this, we get 3 and 3, 5. And then I get the mids, and I have them turn on the lower end. Okay. And then the other ones, the full eye ones, have them turn on that. Adjust this, 0.301. There we go. Whoops, no, please stay there. Unselect everything. Looks a little odd over here, but there's not much I could do about it. Okay, now that I have that, it's time to divorce them from the right side from the left side. So I select all of those ones, and then I go to change, and I select IR open. Now to check, I will have that. Everything seems to be operational. Okay. Let's have that. Let's do mouth next. As you can see, we can very much see the mouth. I can't even find it on here. There we go. So we turn all these off. And then we go to mouth. And I'm going to put this into, once again. Actually, before I do that, these can be on. Mouth closed toggle and mouth open toggle. Technically, this is very expandable because it lets me just, you know, stack more into closed if I somehow wanted that, or stack more into open, which is what I actually want for. Mouth open, and using as warps because that means I can just carry over deformations from below there, which I will be doing for head tilts. Okay, set these to 0. That's mouth form. That's not the right thing. I want mouth open, which goes from 0 to 1. Okay, 1 or 0.0 and 0.15. That's where I set these two so that I can get this basic part set up. Adjust. Okay, and now for these. I'm going to do it the silly way and work directly off the art mesh. I don't care. 3 and 5, just like I did with the eyes. Shh, don't tell anyone I'm reusing it. Very secret. Okay, and then for full open, I set it up for everything over here. Phonics would give it more life, but I don't think you'll see a single thing on this. Okay. .301. And look at that beautiful transition. Okay, eyelashes, or eyebrows. We'll give it the left eyebrow Y. And then we'll grab this one and give it the right eyebrow Y. Okay, and just give it 3 points. We'll have it go down to here. And then I think actually we'll Y reverse it, which I usually don't do with this, but I think it'll work. Flip vertically. Whoop, whoa. You can be very surprised. Okay, now that I have that, I take the right one and I move it over to brow Y. Or right brow eye. Brow right eye. That point where you kind of can't stop being able to form words. Actually, where is that? There it is. Okay, let's grab the eyes and give them some moving around. Left, no, that's right eye position. Going to be a warp, even though I call it position. Usually when I call something a position, I put it on a dot, but left eye position. Also, yeah. Should have moved that up there. Okay, where is eyeball X? Okay, so we move this over. And that should be fine. Flip horizontally. Oop, oop. Could do the whole cat thing. Cat clock thing. Okay, move this up to right about here, because remember we lose a pixel when it goes down. And same with going down here. We lose a pixel, so like it going up to here shouldn't be too bad. And then we synthesize those corners. So now that we can check these. How does that look at mids? That one we'll have to change these two. So let's move it in one. And then over here, let's move it in one. And also, it should be a little more down. Okay, and down here, not too bad. Okay, let's save this. Gotta go up to the right folder. Nope, I didn't want that. Hit save again. It took me to random folders, and I'm not doing that. Okay, at least I'm in models this time. Temp, model, temp, model. Okay, save you out. And I'm just going to stretch for a second because it has been about 3 hours and change. So let's just throw this over to this mode and see how it looks so far. Helps if I hit the button. Oh, yeah, it actually does the toggle. Because it sees that that isn't connected to any parameters, so it just like flings it around all day. Anyways, let me get up for a minute. All right. Here are the be right back. Okay, so how am I going to do these angles? Well, let's just jump into it. Nope. We don't want to do hair yet. We just want to do face. So let's get face. Maybe headphones, though. Those should stick pretty much to the head. Everything else I might need to change up. Okay. So let's swing these about this much. Whoops, that's not the button. Okay, I think that works. Let's reflect it. The hair will have to move over, but the hair always has to move over anyways. Okay. Let's turn off the hair for a second. Okay, there. Ball temp. Okay, down. First, grab it. No, I want to move it all down. I am grabbing everything, right? Okay, now we can do the whole deforming bit. Which is kind of funny. Bring this up just a little. Okay, and let's reflect that motion, because I think I can get away with it here. Wait, is the mouth not in here? I didn't... The only time you might actually see the mouth, I didn't throw it in there. Okay. There we go. Actually, yep. You can see mouth as she looks up. Perfect. Let's put a little, just a tiny bit of perspective on here. The tiniest of perspective. The most minuscule of the perspective. Okay, I think I just hit it. Okay, now for pain. So, this... Oh wait, I should synthesize the corners first. Yes. Synthesize them corners. Okay, now this is going to tilt a little bit. Okay, this is actually going kind of well. So let's reflect that motion to the across the y-axis. So, okay, tilt a little bit this way. Okay, reflect that across the y. Okay, I think that works. Now for the hair portion. No, I should rig body next. Okay. Well, technically, the hair is different. Yeah, I think that is actually... Oh, I'm missing those, that's why. Okay, it's rig body. What all do we want to do? I want to have up motion on body Y, so let's get right to that. So upper body, and I am going to have a upper body Y move. So what this will do is I'll move up like 2 pixels. Like so. Or 3. Whatever works. Okay, and now for the fancy part, which is going to be pain. Is these parts moving up in order to meet with that. So leg Y. Actually, how do I do this? I don't think I'm going to be doing steppies on this. I'm just not into it today. I may want to change them up, so yeah, I probably should group into right and left. Oop. Left leg. And then I'm going to group them up from behind. So right leg mid, foot, and then right leg, or upper right leg. Okay, and then I do the same for this side, so everything but the toe. I might bring the front out, but we'll see. Left leg midfoot. And then left leg. Okay, so first off, I grab the mids, and then I put them on a Y. And I'm going to say about -7 is where this starts lifting up 1 pixel. Okay. Actually, that doesn't work. Front probably needs to stay out of that. Oh, that doesn't work either. I think I might have messed things up. Well, yeah. Okay, let's go back. What can I do? So I think I messed this up. I don't have the proper, joints to move all this. I might just stretch the left leg out a bit. Oh well. The thought was there, I just didn't execute it right. And I'm not going to fix it at the moment. I mean, I could stretch the middle, technically. Okay. Oh, that's just... Yeah, we have to stretch that. Okay. Okay, and we grab the middle. I mean, this part would stretch because it's all the part that's tangled to heck and back. So, go... Whoop. Oh, that's the back of the shoe being weird. Okay. Clear that out. Stretch up to here. And back a shoe. Okay, let's set everything to default before I move everything. So I throw this in leg. I throw this in leg. Okay, what the heck is this? Didn't I throw that in? Okay, it didn't actually move. That's why. There. Now I can actually properly do this. Okay, grab this last little bit and stretch it up. Oh, that's still breaking. Okay, 1 second. Why are you warping like that? Okay, I guess I go off these ones. Why is it not doing on that? Did I not grab it? Okay. Clear that out. This goes up. First thing first. Bring that up. Then bring that up. Doesn't look great, but doesn't look the worst. Okay, that's all I want. Cat has a bit of bounce. Now for the upper body, I can also drop it a bit. 2. Something like that. A little bit more. I should move this up a little bit. And move this up for butt going out. Okay, that's a little bit of it. So I have the arms go up for that. Do I want to have the flailing arms that I love so much? I should probably put these first in a warp. Shoulders. I can't type. Okay. Let's have them go out a little bit. Okay, but first... There we go. Rotation. Rotation we can do right here. Sure. And nothing too extreme, just like that. Sure. Okay. Copy. Copy. Paste. And I think because it's contained in this, I could do a flip and it won't be weird. Okay, that's fine. And we could call that right arm. And then we could just move all the right arm stuff. And delete that one. So now... Okay, how does that work with arm on? It does. Okay. Now, what do I want to do about this collar, though, on the head rotates? Collar angle Y. So I think that's a angle XY. Something like that, just a little bit of it. Just a hint of movement. It's not going to move like too much on left and right. Okay. Not really much else besides the tail. Tail base warp. And that goes right on her butt. tail lower. Rotate. Why did I call it warp? It's a rotate. This goes in here. I said this goes in here. Rotate. So I'm going to just put this on breath and call it a day. So this needs to be over here. Okay, and we'll also have on here tail warp. And up here. Okay, let's see how that looks. Okay, that looks pretty alright. Just want to check with just how long the tail is. And it's a pretty long tail. Okay, let's see. It's going to look odd, but let's see how it looks like it pose it for a second. Okay. Let's just go on to hair and then see anything else. Boop. Okay. So we have our warp, and then we're going to have our front hair. Front hair XY, which we're going to match up pretty much to this, except there's going to be a little bit of, you know, fixing and what have you. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do a little bit of this. Okay, flip. Now the up and down. Okay, and then look down. Once again, got to select everything. Pull it down like here. Maybe even pull it down a little bit like that. Okay, sift those corners, and then we get to do the pane, where we're basically going to have to rotate this a little bit. Is that correct? I guess I think it would be, because you're just seeing. I might have to do something with the back bangs in order to, or the behind the ear bangs to get the illusion better. Okay, so down. Rotate just slightly. I think that's good enough to go. Well, maybe pull that out just a bit. Now mirror it across. Okay. Now, what was I saying? Behind the ear? I guess you're getting your own one. Okay, something like that. Bounce it over. Bounce that over. Okay. Up and down. Okay, I think that solved all the problems. So I don't need to have that on there to make it a little more sane. Now for back hair. You just grab it this way, figure out where the heck it is in the hierarchy. Back hair XY. So this should move a little bit out here. Mirror it over. So this should go up a little bit here. And then it should go a lot more down. Okay, and synthesize them corners. Here it seems to have gone way too far. Whoops. Yep, I'm trying to select it, my dude. Please yell at me more about not having it selected, so I can't select it. Yeah, let's actually undo that. Let's just try to subtly fix our terrible mistake of not filling something in. As the cat looks inquisitively up left. Okay, one second. Let's synthesize these corners. Something's moving way too much or too little. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, here we are. Let's finagle this. I think that does it. Maybe even a little bit of tilt this up. Oop. Hmm. Good enough, I'll say. Get me back to that selection. Okay. Angle down. Look left. Look right. That one's fine. Okay, now for some physics. I don't think I need to have like really any other too many groups. But I am going to do my standard for the side and back of we will replicate this parameter. We'll edit it to replicate, edit to, and let's get in here. Oh, I want the side lock, not the hair back. Excuse me. Okay, move side. Main move side. Okay. And we're going to perspective this a little bit. Perspective. Or no, distort. That's the one I'm thinking of. It just allows me to go, like, slide this to the left. Which is all I want to do at this point. Okay, motion, select it. Okay, now this is the one that I get to do all the curling stuff on. So, move that out. Curl it over. Curl that up. Okay, and... Oh no, I didn't make the second... Okay, 1 second. I did that wrong, so then I make a second one of these. Second move side. Okay, there's where I do it. So grab all this. I pull it out. And I unfurl it a little bit. Grab all this. Pull it over. Now I can flip that. There we go. And I should probably also do these. Front bang physic. And this is just going to be off front, so... Motion mirroring. Boop, boop. Okay, now do it for the side ones, which isn't going to be as drastic. Front, side, bang. Physic. Also, I need to have the head move tilt. I always do that. Okay. Now for back. Or no. These side ones too. Main physic side. Behind ear side. Okay, so as before, just distort it. I don't know why I've been liking this technique. Kind of silly, but it kind of works. And mirror that over. Put that back in. Make the secondary one to actually curl everything. Okay, so go on to the second one. Move that over. And now do a bit of curling. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. Okay, grab the bottom ones. Okay, now for the back hair, which I could just grab this way. Back hair main physic. And once again, distort. Like it, given that I'm doing all the, whoops. Oh, this needs to be moved. 1 second. -1, 0. Yeah, there we go. Given I'm doing all the turning in the other part, it makes perfect sense. Okay. And then, on top of this, I hyperstack it to be back hair sub-physic. And that's where I curl everything. So, boop. Okay, and then I just mirror that. Okay. Also, I should probably have... Let's see if I can do this. Front angle. Okay. Just a little bit of tilt. Oh, collar should be probably in there too. Okay, let's put this on a rotate. I know this isn't physics here, but I kind of missed that oh yeah, I should probably do this. Add a -1 to 1. ID. Rotate. ID. Rotate. Okay. Ooh. And then flip. swear this thing never wants to... This should be like 550. There we go. Anything else I could think of? Mild chest physics? Sure. Chest, harness chest. Thank you, that was so helpful. Okay. Just harness. What I'm doing is I'm trying to select all the text in there. This is going to be subtle, so I don't need to go completely ham with this. Okay, so grab everything in the middle here and go wiggle a little bit that way. And then reflect it. Okay, and duplicate this. Edit physics, chest Y. Down, little up, synthesize them corners. Oh, wait. One second. Did I screw up something? Oh, these are supposed to be... I could do a fix. Oh, wait, those are on their own layer. I could just bring them in front of everything. Okay. Tactical pockets. You are now on layer 510. Everything solved. Okay. Now for head tilts, because I forgot to do them. Head tilt. Go up here. Go on Z. Rotate it a bit. Move it over a bit. Okay. That might be everything. So let's get into physics. Okay. Let's add hair front physic. And we'll use head input. Hair short, sure. Get rid of this body. And it will be pure Z. I'll put that to hair. Front. Okay. Hair side. or physic. Same sort of thing, but we're going to be having 2 layers of it. So, duplicate. Get rid of you. You're 100% now. And add the sides. Boop, boop. Okay, hair. Back, physic. Once again, head. We're using short, but technically we're going to be doing a little bit more to that. So let's make that a duration of 5 and have a shaking of 0.8. We're going to duplicate that. Get rid of this. Make that 100. Have this be from negative 20, 20, and this is going to be negative 30. I said negative 30, 30. And we're going to add boop, boop. Okay. Chest X. We're going to have bust input, and we're going to have bust small. Hit OK. Go back at here. We're going to just have angle X so that it can influence a little bit. Output. Add bust X. We're going to duplicate this and call it bust Y. Change this to bust Y, or chest Y. And change this from body Y and angle Y. We're also going to add ID, which is going to be a body input. We'll say clothing heavy. I guess that's just all I need for that one. Whoops, wrong button. And that would be ID this. Okay, let's see what we have. I think chest needs to be a little less like Jello, so let's go in here. .75, I think will do it. Wait, I think I might have saw something. So let's pause. You turn this way, and you tilt. And you go outside of that head thing. Okay, so I think I'm going to need to have on this a bit of tilt itself. So Z. So we are just going to also pull this over a little bit. And flip that around. And I think we're fine. Yep, we're fine now. Okay. We're in a check for issue stage. Okay. Whoops. Not too bad. It's not a lot I can do with it. That was the one problem. Like for the million jangly bits, they're all put down. I'm glad I made tactile pockets be their own pocket. Or be their own layer. Don't like that front hair. I think it should be 8. Minus 15 to 15. Yeah, yep, it's true. Let's put this at 0.95. The black eyelashes and the yellow hair just kind of rub me wrong way, but I don't think there's a way to fix that. It is the design, and it does help for the eyebrows, or the eyebrows to stand out. All right, 1 second. Do they do the whole eye goes through? Kind of. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. After I reset to default, I'm going to grab all the eyelashes and put them on a higher layer. $550. Okay, I think this is going to help a lot with my main issues, which is I look weird. There might be something else where I could have, like, the hair screen opacity. I have another trick I could do where I could just copy them over. Those ones are on top, but they're inverse masking, and then I put a bit of opacity on them. But I think this is fine. You get see a bit of mouth movement if she looks completely up. Okay. Anything off down here? I know there's going to. Oh, yep. only I had gotten it right. Okay. You know what? Let's just do that. They're round. Okay. Let's look down here, see if there's anything off. I'm not doing a lot. I'm not doing any steppies. So there's nothing going to come from that. And I don't think she's much of a have wiggles, so I don't think putting hips in will work with this. Rather timid, rather short movements. Okay, I think I'm going to hit the button. And done. Maybe I could do more with the tail, but I think we're good. I didn't want to do too long of a one today, though I would have done her undercoat if I actually had an idea of how that looked. Otherwise, I think this works. So, that, thank you for joining. Don't know what I'll be doing next week. Should probably get rid of this before I forget. Into the void. And yeah, we'll see what we do next week. Maybe I do programming next week. Maybe I do more models. But for now, that's it. Have a good time of day, and I will see you next week.